Atoll Station 1 Battle Station. We have 16 allies. We're going up against 11 enemies, and yeah, no, not a lot of units here. And let's see. Well, I guess hopefully they count as kills. Sigma's in first place. Terra is in second. Beaming Facepalm takes over second place. Terra is in third. Beaming Facepalm is in second. Sigma's in first. Okay, so we have the towers. Let's see if we can get the last three. Oh, we're down to two fighting unit, one fighting units. That's not looking good. So it's gonna be left to the towers. So we have numbers. That's good. I mean, I think we've got it. It's just a question of sitting through all the time that's gonna take, because they're gonna bounce back and forth between converting each other. And I think when they change, they get full health, which means that it's a slog. That's what it is. That's why I don't like the towers. Well, it's quite literally the reason I am not a fan of this. Okay, so we may not actually have this, because now they're all targeting that one, which is going to convert, which is going to make more enemies. Oh, they're hitting my, yeah, I think we're losing this. Unless, oh wait, the time, yeah, we don't have the enemies anymore. We don't have the numbers anymore. So, yep, we're done. Alrighty, we're done. We've lost. Alright, let's try this again. Hard battle on the way to the super boss. And another, don't know what we're going to have to deal with, so let's put my other Templar. And it's quite literally going to be exactly the same battle. But the only difference I can see will be the numbers on each side. Alrighty, it is past 8 a.m. Time for me to visit the shop where monks get purchased. I'm above 20k. I got a refresh. I'm above barely 25 again. I get another refresh, and that is that. Half an hour to see how this turns out. A glance on the viewer side tells me not at 50 yet. And, sorry, good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Thursday. 4th day of the work week. For those of us who work under that schedule. Post-hump day. So lace up your walking shoes and walk down that hump. We are officially approaching the weekend. Be careful, don't scare it away. And I believe it's Thanksgiving for those of you in the US. I hope that lends itself to a long weekend that you'll get to enjoy. Yeah, that's about it. Not much to say on my side. Week is going well. And, yeah. All right. This morning it is chapter 80 of The World Which Is. And, yeah. How did I finish? This feels very fast. Okay, that's better. I must have cycled around at some point. So this ends... Hey, it's me again. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You hope my day goes well. Thank you very much. I expect it to go well. I hope yours goes well too. I got a bit more going on, including a funeral tomorrow. So you're not too shabby. Sorry to hear that. My condolences if it's someone close to you. Hey, Stogie. Same to you if you are in the States. I'm in Canada, so we celebrated it a month ago. Not that I celebrated it. Thanksgiving is not. I don't celebrate holidays. I'm not into that. I do force myself to take them off work so I won't burn out, because that's something I can easily do. I have an ease with overworking myself. For timing, is there a difference between how Thanksgiving is celebrated in Canada compared to the US? I don't know, honestly. The biggest thing I think I can say about the difference is that in Canada, it's a much more low-key thing. When we have Thanksgiving, we don't have parades, we don't have big events around it. Like, I believe with Thanksgiving in the US, there's this big football thing, there's a Thanksgiving parade. We don't have any of that. Hey, Akla, welcome to the stream. We just celebrated. You know, families get together, they cook, and that's kind of it. But I am talking as someone who does not celebrate it. So it's possible that there's more to it than that in Canada, and I just never paid attention to it. So yeah, like, that's the sense of it. You're the Grinch when it comes to holiday, mostly. Too commercialized to just make money. Yeah, I'm not the Grinch because I just don't give a damn. So I'm quite happy to let people spend their money and celebrate it. I don't do the gift giving. Um, when I was in Quebec, I, spent it with my folks. In the few years that I moved out, I would drive back to Quebec for the holidays to spend Christmas with my folks. And at one point, I kind of checked with my folks, if they would mind if I stopped doing that, because you know, none of us in our family is big on holidays. So they went, nah, that's fine. And actually, my mom was relieved because she doesn't like me driving in the winter. And I haven't gone back there for the holidays. I haven't celebrated the holidays since. So Brazil needs Thanksgiving for more holiday involving food. Uh, Most of your family is in Scotland, so usually just go hang with your mom and dad since they live 10 minutes away. If I was in that situation, the odds are good that because it would be that simple, I'd do it. We would get together, we'd celebrate something, but like as I said, we are not big on celebration. I know that my folks will get together with friends of theirs, retired folks and stuff like that, and they will do something. But beyond that, as a Swede, your whole concept of holiday parades a little funny. You don't have those and don't really see the point. Uh, I'm the same way. Like, to me, they feel like giant advertising boards, because if you look at who puts floats in them, it's almost all commercial. It's almost basically advertising stuff. This is our company, this is this company, this is. And I won't claim I'm immune to that, to commercialization, but I don't care for it all that much. You ate it first, then you're okay with it. Later, you're whatever. Cycle of life. I've never hated it. I've never hated any of those things. When I was a kid, I remember enjoying watching them because, big, colorful stuff. But yeah, uh, the last parade I went to is Pride in Toronto. But even that, like, you know, even that is not really a celebration anymore, and it's more of an advertising. Uh, over the last year, there's been a push to make Pride Week more family friendly, which defeats the purpose of Pride Week. Pride is quite literally supposed to be where gays can get their freak on. So, yeah, but again, I don't care. Like, even when I went to be with friends, not because the parade itself held any appeal. But then again, I have not been particularly social in a couple of decades. Basically, when I became a truck driver is kind of when my social life got put on the back burner, and that back burner got shut down. So, is overrated? Well, some folks thrive on it. I don't. I am much more comfortable in very small circles than big events. Parade exists here too, but that's the only parade you can think of. It happens. I don't think it suits Swedish culture. Perverted and humble to be running down the street, waving flags, showing off whatever it is people do at parades. Um, most people at parades stand around and watch the floats. Because it's a tourist attraction. That, and they, at Pride Parade, they would watch the guys getting their freak on. Well, and the girls too, I expect, but being gay, I don't look at the girls. Um. So yeah, again, like it's not my thing. I haven't been to bars. I haven't been to clubs in decades. Like, I would not know what to do there anymore. Talk about the other kinds. Yeah. Well, I mean, even Pride Parade is pretty much has become like the other kinds. Uh, when you know the history of Pride and you see police officer in the parade, it rubs the wrong way. It's it's no longer a celebration, and it's an advertising, just like all the other ones. So you're the wrong person to be talking. Eh, that's okay. That is okay. There it is. Enjoy the lurk, Akla. You think you can finish this book you're reading? Very cool. I'm sure it will, Stuggy. I am sure it. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 37 allies. We're going up against 20 enemies. And we are off. Tattoo Lover is in first place. Cupcake is in second. Gator Paws is in third. Alright, maybe I'll get a few of my my assist to kill game pieces this way. Cupcake is in first place. Stogie, you're in second. Gator Paws is in third, and we've got one tower left. I think we've got this one. There we go. We're done. We've won. And cool. I've got that pressed down. Alrighty. Cupcake is in first place. 1 kill, 10 assists. Captain Stogie is in second place, 2 kill, 4 assists. And Gator Paws is in third with 5 kills. We've got Barbarians, we've got Berserkers. We have no one claiming those at this time. So, when Drog gets Barbarians, Gator Paws goes Berserk. And we move on to an unknown battle on the way to the super boss. Alright, so I need to kill support units. Okay, I don't think I'm not seeing any here, but let me double check. These guys are ranged. No, these guys are object. Oh, interesting. Alrighty, so with nothing to specifically target, I am going back to the monks and giving them souls. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Battle! station, everyone. Battle station. We have 43 allies. We're going up against 30 enemies. You've been smirched. Starts us in first place. Reneku is in second. Third as Mavin takes over second place. So we've got smirched Maverick, and Reneku. Mavin takes over first. Smirch is in second. We have the towers. That's good. And now we just have to deal with the last of the enemies. And there we go. We're done. Oh, right. I need to clear that. Mavin Maverick is in first place. 7 kill, 7 assist. Reneku is in second place. 4 kill, 8 assist. And You've Been Smirched is in third with 10 assist. We've got Busters, we've got Berserkers, we have nobody claiming those. So, Moonlight Baby goes berserk. Helpful Onion gets busted. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the super boss. And I need to kill support. And bishops are support, so that's going to take me here. Gonna give a soul to this guy. And hopefully you are going to... You know what? How about you guys go over here? Because unless you guys can fly over, this is not really practical for people who aren't flying. Alright, so I need to clear a quest. And a half an hour to see how this turns out. Hey Raz, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Alright, what's the pool called? You are Ducky. Very cool. I am Tiger. I am doing well. Thank you very much. Having a reasonable writing day. Oh, right. This reminds me, I need to check with Angst for this afternoon. What are you up to today, Raz? Right, checking on this. Okay, it is called mana. Woke up gloriously late. 9 a.m. You're a 5 a.m. person. I'm a 4:30 a.m. person. Now you're confused and discombobulated, but rested. Well, that's good. I've lost the ability to sleep in. Unless I've got somebody in bed with me, I just cannot. Um, we need to relearn how. Yeah, that's. Is there a thief in the party in the story? If there are poor, maybe ask a party member with 5 figure. No. Although there is someone in the party who'd be willing to kick in doors and take what they want. The problem is, this is the guy they need to rescue. That's the guy they need to go into the dungeon to get the item that the man who captured him wants, so that he'll release Brandon. Brandon's not a thief. He's an explorer like Dennis, but Brandon is rough enough around the edges that he's got no problem forcing people to give him what he wants, when that's the only way to do it. Brandon does have a decent amount of money though, so if he was there, buying stuff would be less of an issue. But Dennis has been going through the cash he started with, not unreasonably quickly, but like, this is his first adventure. Whoops. This is his first adventure. Like, he was not only on, he was, or the thing is, not only is it his first adventure, is that he never planned on going on an adventure. His plan was just to deliver a letter in Kansas City to get away from his dad for a while. And yeah, things kind of went sideways. Having someone put a price on your head will do that to you. But yeah, like he's learning as he goes. So he's had to realize, okay, I should get that, and he bought a few of those, then he bought a few of that, then he bought a few of that, and like, he's down to about $1,000. And the stuff he needs isn't cheap, and he doesn't have access to an adventurers guild, right? An adventurers club. Well, he's got plot armor in that he's gonna survive, but he'd like his friends to survive along with him. So, that's not a guarantee. It means so many. Yes, yes, it can. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 34 allies. We're going up against 34 enemies. And, okay, how many kills? Did I only got one kill? Yeah, that's disappointing. Onia is in first place. Raz is in second. Mavin is in third. Terra takes over third. Raz is now in first. Onia is in second. Reniku is in third. And what do we have? Oh, wow, we've got a decent... Oh, right, the chess pieces over there. Razjin is in first. Reniku is in second. Onea is in third. We've got a tower there. And now we're done. Razjin is in first place, 10 kill, 4 assist. Reniku is in second place, 3 kill, 7 assist. And Nonea is in third, 5 kill, 2 assist. We have Centurions, we've got Busters, we've got nobody claiming those at this time. Tomcat and Reniku get shielded. Decanizer gets busted. And we move on to an unknown battle before the super boss. And I need more. Okay, no support on this. Therefore, we go back to the monk. You know what? Let's just grab this guy before he disappears on that end out of the Alrighty. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. The rain is time. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 46 allies. We're going up against 19 enemies. Sigma starts us in the lead. SPC takes over that. SPC's back in first. Decanizer's in second. Reneku is in third. Oh, looks like Bull is in the battle. In a while. Let's see. SPC's in first. Decanizer's in second. Reneku's in third. We've got 3 towers left. We may not get to them. Or rather, we may have to walk all the way down. No, maybe not. There we go. We're done. We've won. SPC 3D is in first place with 6 kills. Reneku and Decanizer are tied second place, 4 assists each. Meow Meow is in third, 4 kills. We've got Berserker, we've got Musketeer, we've got Centurions. We've got nobody claiming those. So, Onea gets shielded, Meow Meow gets Musketeers, Sigma OS goes Berserk. And we move on to the Super Boss. And that doesn't look particularly super, I gotta say. With all due respect to the game, what kind of super boss is this? Alrighty, well, you know, it's what we got to deal with. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Hey, Death, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You are doing well. I am glad to hear that. I'm doing well. Thank you very much. Did you have fun in Pal World yesterday? The game is fun. Very cool. I am glad you enjoy it. I'm glad you found a game that you have fun with. If I like Pokemon, I should try it. I am not a Pokemon player, Pokemon fan. The game came out too late for me. I think that if it's the kind of game that would have come out when I was a kid, I would have enjoyed it. But as an adult, it it never caught my interest. I have friends of my age who play it, um, but it never caught my interest. Oy. What are you up to today, Death? Great question for the Reaper. Well, I hope you have fun with your friends. People want to talk, now's the time. The writing's done. I've got about an hour before I need to take lunch, so this is just about passing time at this point. And you'll find that I'm not good at entertaining, so I'm very reactive instead of proactive. I can easily keep myself occupied, but you might not find that interesting. How far has everything progressed? Well, this is chapter 80. I don't. This story is pretty much being discovery written. I know where the story's going. I know a couple of the stops on the way. Um, I have a sense of what I want to happen at those stops, and that's kind of it. Um, they are close to the next to last stop in the story on Listings Change. Um, this the dungeon was not even part of the story until Brandon got himself in trouble. I knew Brandon was going to get himself in trouble. Until I wrote it, I did not know what kind of trouble and how they were going to get him out of it. Because Brandon getting himself in trouble and needing to be rescued is some is something of Brandon's arc. Brandon needs to learn to ask for help. Brandon needs to realize that he's got friends that that he want to or not. But yeah, after the dungeon, they're going to head to what is the next to last stop in the story. Significant stuff is going to happen there. Like, I don't know how many chapters are going to take place within that because there's a good amount of stuff that needs to take place. And after that goes to the last stop. I don't expect the last stop to be big um, in many chapters, but its impact is going to be important. And after that will be the wrap up. So things have progressed a good deal, but because I discovery right, I don't really have a frame of reference to say how far. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Um, and this story is purposely discovery written. The big thing I've discovered is that litRPG is not my genre of story. So a lot of the not the tropes, but the elements of lit RPG are being downplayed. I no longer bother with the math of the system. The system's still there. The system is integral to the story, so I'm not going to remove it. Uh, but system messages are talked about instead of showing up, and Do I have any idea what I will write after I finish this book series? Um, this particular book, not really. Um, and the reason is why I'm not sure is that while lit RPG is not my genre, I have other stories I want to tell in this world. I would like to get back to um, Unwanted Company, which is where the system arrives in this world. Um, I am thinking of rewriting it while downplaying the system, the downplaying the mechanics of the system. When I wrote that, I was trying to go fairly hard with the mechanics, and that's again, like I said, I've discovered I am not lit RPG is not my genre. But I do like the world. I do so, but I don't know if I'll do that. I don't really have a story that I know I want to take its place. This is not a main project. This is a, secondary project. So, yeah, I'll be right back. This story itself has not a has a follow up. Like I have another book after this one in mind. I just don't know if it's going to be written, and I have another book in this world. Well, technically two other book in this world. Both of those going back to the start of the system, which also I don't know. Like I have a lot of ideas, but many time it's a question of, is that something I want to work on right now? This is going to be almost certainly a situation of, if I don't have anything else that jumps to me as yes, that's what I'm going to work on, I will probably continue working in this world. So probably going back to Unwanted Company, or maybe sitting down and figuring out what the follow up to this is, because I know where it's going, but other than that, I have absolutely no idea. Yeah, I suspect that that if I decide to continue in this world, especially if I decide continue with the next story after this one instead of going back to the when the system arrived, I will have to sit down with my co-scripter and build an outline. I don't know if I can discovery write the next story in this. Uh, and that is something that happens with me a fair bit when I write. Like I know overall that I can only write 3 books in a series fully discovery written. I've never been able to make it past that. After that, if the series is going to have more than 3 books, I need my co-scriptor's help, and we need to build outlines at that point. There's just too much stuff involved at that point. And that's what happened uh, with Dungeon Runner. I discovery wrote the first 3 books, and then I went, okay, I need your help to continue this. Is the main story finished? You mean this book? Um, when I reach the end of this book, that story will be done. When I write a book, that arc, the arc is finished. So Dennis will have gone through his character arc for this story, and Brandon also because he's got one here too. The goal, will have been accomplished. Whatever twist needs to happen will have happened. And right now, I am planning on ending it in such a way that if I never continue it, it's fine. There will not. I don't plan on having a hook for the next story. I will be leaving some things open. Dungeon Runner, no, Dungeon Runner is not finished. The first arc, the first 3 books are done. They're up on Royal Road. So if you want to take a look at it, it's free. First book is stubbed, unfortunately, because the first book is on Kindle Unlimited, and Kindle Unlimited does not allow me to just leave books out there. So I think we've got the first 10 chapters of the first book. But the first 3 book is the first arc of Tibbs' story, and that is done. I am currently writing the second draft of book 4. Book 4, 5, and 6 are outlined. Well, not quite outlined. Their treatment has been written. I've decided to stop there with those. Um, and then basically Dungeon Runner, if I can pull it off the way I want to, will be 10 books. 3 trilogies and then a conclusion. Cool. If you do, I definitely hope you enjoy it. Alrighty, we're going to have an advertising, Stream Raider battle, and I'll be right back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 45 allies. We're going up against 11 enemies. And, all right. Looks like we're taking on the boss. And, okay. The difficulty might be that the boss keeps easily bringing the towers back. All right. I can see that being a problem. But we are dealing with the boss. It's slowly dying. Let's see. Raz is in first place. Decanizer is in second. SPC is in third. And we're done. SPC has killed the boss. Okay, I mean, it cost us a decent amount of enemies for having only one active unit there, but all right. Jin is in first place, 2 kills, 7 assists. SPC3D is in second place, 3 kills, 4 assists. Decanizer is in third, 7 assists. We've got monks, we've got musketeers, we've got Lego heads. Oh, Raz, you are very lucky that I noticed you because normal. Okay. Just so you know, there is a chat reward at 250 points, I believe. So, because I noticed you, you will get it. Raz, there you are. But I strongly advise you to use the chat reward because I don't. Yeah, and you are quick. Is that like I said, I don't wait because I want things to process fairly quickly. Decanizer gets the monk, and Tadpole Jackson gets the musketeers. And we move on to the next map, where we will get gold and then the boss. So we start with a hard battle on the way to the gold chest. And I need to kill a support. Am I seeing support in here? Is that support? No, that's ranged. Alright, so no support here, so it's going to be a monk. And in half an hour, we'll see how this turns out. But yes, if you are specifically looking for enemies, units, my recommendation is to make use of the reward. And the way the reward works is that, once you've claimed it, I put you on the list for that unit. And you get that unit so long as you show up in the battle, obviously, for a week. And anytime I notice you in the chat, I reset the clock. So long as you show up once a week, say hi, hear me say, your clock has been reset. You'll keep getting the unit when you're in the battles and it's available until you change your mind. And the reason I do it this way is that I'm not a captain who usually has the time to sit and wait for people to say what they want, because I'm working right now, so I run the battle, assign the rewards, and get right back to writing. Unless now, so hoping that I will notice you on time to assign the reward is it's taking chances because I may not. Shouldn't be a problem. Well, just just remember that, like I said, I'm the one who may not notice you asking for a specific unit. Give me a moment. Yeah, for those who shop at dollar stores and stuff like that, don't buy matches there. They're horrible. Bastard keyboard, yes. It's the brand of my split keyboard. I have the Charybdis. Right here. And I'm on their Discord trying to troubleshoot stuff. Uh, it's I like it. It's very good, but it's got particularities that He-Man. Basically, the problem I have, I don't know if you guys will be able to perceive that. The problem I have is that with that one tap of a button, I go from this kind of speed to this, which is way too fast. And there should instead be a gradient, and trying to figure out, to troubleshoot why. And I am not a programmer, so I'm in the same stage. I have no idea myself. So I'm with them on the Discord and trying to do that. I don't normally do this now, but I've got nothing else to do at the moment. So and they are being very patient with me. Because I'm sure that somebody as ignorant as I is not the kind of stuff they care to deal with. You need to go. All righty, Death. Have yourself a good rest of your day. Thank you for dropping by. I hope you have a good time with your friends. Hey, Aldous! Welcome to the stream. Where's my... Got too many windows open. How was your stream? How is your day coming along? We're short and sweet, talked about stuff, talked about sci-fi and tabletop role-playing gaming. Very cool. Have to go. You're joining a writing workshop for teachers. You're not a teacher, but your partner is organizing it. So you can tag along and learn. Very cool. Very cool. Have fun. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you very much. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 35 allies. We're going up against 23 enemies. Rasjin starts us in the lead. Monkey Snacks is in second. Mavin is in third. Alright, Raz is in first. Sigma takes over second place. The Sarge is in third. And with that, we're done. We've won. Raz Jin is in first place, 1 kill, 11 assist. Sigma OS is in second place, 8 kill. Sergeant Kate Dog is in third, 3 kills. We have busters, we've got rogues, we've got tanks, we have no one claiming those at this time, so Mavin Maverick gets tanked. Subject 13's been robbed, and Salazar gets busted, maybe for robbery. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the gold chest. Do we have? Okay, we've got. Okay, so we've got support, which is what I need. That's what I need to kill, right? Yeah, I need to kill support. So let's set ourselves up here and take care of that. And oh, yeah, we're probably going to pay. We're going to have a. Yeah. Oh well. You know what? Let's see if we can distract people. If we can distract them. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. So this afternoon there should be a read and comment. Anx is probably still sleeping, so normally I keep telling myself I need to contact the people involved in that the day before, and I keep forgetting to do it. So, but she's usually pretty good about being on time, so we'll see what happens. All right. It is time for me to take lunch. I will do. Actually, I need to set this up. I will do my best to return in 20 minutes in time for the battle. Otherwise, I will see you all in when I get back from lunch. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 43 allies. We're going up against 37 enemies? Mavin Maverick is in first place. Sigma's in second. Cupcake-ish is in third. Okay, don't have as many epics as I thought we were going to get. I'm glad of that. Sigma's maintained the first. Cupcake, nope, Mavin's in first. Sigma's in second. Cupcake is in third, and we're done. And I've got my quest. Mavin Maverick is in first place, 2 kills, 6 assists. Sigma OS is in second place, 5 kills, 3 assists, and Cupcake-ish is in third, 7 assists. We've got healers, we've got barbarians, we've got paladins. We've got nobody claiming those. So, Jin gets a pal. Meow meow, barbarians, and Cupcake-ish gets healed. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the gold chest. And I'm done with my quest. That means it's time to go back to Monk. And yeah, on this one we're gonna do this. Alrighty. We'll see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 43 allies. We're going up against 64 enemies. And Sigma starts us in the lead. The Sarge takes over first. Sigma's in second. Cirrus is in third. Mr. Shadowseer takes over second place. Sigma's now in third. And yeah, we've got this. Muckle Riding's in first, Shadowseer's in second, the Sarge is in third, and we have a few enemies left. A bunch of bishops standing around waiting to be dispatched. And we're done. We have won. Mr. Shadowseer is in first place, 25 assists. Muckle Riding is in second place, 16 kill, 4 assists. And Sergeant K Dog is in third, 6 kill, 8 assists. We've got busters, we've got healers, we've got no one claiming them. So, Muckle Riding and Mavin Maverick get busted. Kirkis gets healed. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the gold chest. And you know what? Let me clear that before I forget. And it is another monk for me with a soul. I agree, Tom. This is a good place to start. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And, alright. So, there should be a read and comment this afternoon, but Angst has not contacted me back. So, I am unsure what's going to happen. I suppose I can read stuff. If not for the fact that it's definitely adult, I could do some read and correct on Faith. Well, actually, you know what? You know what? I can do on not on Dawn. I don't know. I'm off schedule if Angst is not here, so I don't know what I'm gonna do. Does anyone in the chat have something they want me to read and comment on? Now, you know, yeah, it's... Oh well. I get the feeling I'm alone right now. Oh, actually, I know what I might be able to do because, yeah. Creature of War is a little behind. I need to post a few chapters of that. Well, schedule a few chapters of that. So I shall do that now. Chapter 11, 311. So we're on 4-1. Okay. Four. If Banks is not there after the battle, I'll probably do some read and corrects of Creature of War. Think? Have I done anything else? Fawning of turn is 5. Yeah, 5 is the last, so I'd be on Creature of War. Alrighty, that's been updated. What minute? Test it. That's interesting. Well, that is literally the speed I gotta keep it at. That it's got to be at that speed when I'm walking. That is interesting. I thought I would be able to bring it faster. And that is too slow for when I'm standing still. That's actually not bad. So I need to go from... Well, I said it's not bad. No, it's actually not bad. So... So it's actually the way it should be. Okay. Going to leave it like that for a while, see what happens. I know how to adjust it now, so if it comes down to that, I can adjust it. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 38 allies. We're going up against 32 enemies. And we are off. Sigma's in first place. Monobear's in second. Onea's in third, is in second. Sigma is in first. What do we have left? A few enemies. Oh, 3, 5 waiting for us to come to them. Sigma's in first, Onea's in second, Monobear's in third, and now we have to walk across the map to, well, maybe not need it. Yep, no, good. We have won. Sigma OS is in first place. Oh, is that a new icon? 30 assist. Monobear's in second place, 10 kills, 6 assist. Onea's in third, 4 kill, 11 assist. We've got gold. And no Dr. Derp. We've got monks after that no one is currently claiming. So, Cupcake-ish and Onea get monked. Tomcat gets gold. And we move on to a very hard battle. On the way to the gold chest. And it is yet more monks for me. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And Anx is on her way. Alright, I have learned a lesson. This is going here first. Goes transferring directly from Google to Scrivener strips the formatting. So I need to put that first into a Word type processor and then move it. And if there's formatting, it sticks. And thank you very much for resubscribing, Angst. You apologize for your tardiness? That's okay. That is okay. It happens. Like, as I told you there, I keep telling myself I need to contact people for this a day early. If only so I have the file. So that, you know, it's set ahead of time and all that. And, yeah, I keep forgetting to do that. So just to confirm, you sent me the link to two files, two of the parts. Wait, actually, I think we've done this already. Um, yeah, this is where they go on the on a date. He Yeah, Hairlift. This is where he goes to the bar and we end. Yeah, so that first one we've already done. Yeah, the next one though. So the next one we're good. Well, we're good. The next one is new. Uh, just so you know, files are going from 18.5 to 20. Is the I mean, 20 looks like it's the continuation. I just want to make sure that nothing is missing between the two. Because 20 does start with Herlef bringing Honore inside. I mean, 20 does look like, because 18 ends with them and arriving at the bar. Okay, so it's just a numbering issue. All right. Okay, so it's just a numbering issue. Really? Okay. So are we starting with these two, or do you want to, or is there more that you want to add right now, or that's about 8,000 words. So starting a little late. That might actually be good to just start with that and add more if needed afterwards. Whoa, okay. All right, let me move that. Really? That's interesting. Okay. That is interesting. This is broken in a new this broke in a completely new way. Let's see if that's gonna fix it. No. Really? No, it's not you. Well, no, it's not you. Um like if you look here, it gives me my paragraph indent. And for some reason, starting here, it no longer does it. All right, let's try grabbing this. Yeah. Okay, anyway, we'll deal with that if it becomes really problematic. I have no idea what happened. Alrighty, are we ready, Angst? You hope so? The lectus in Lorelli's suite was comfortable, but Leo shifted uncomfortably. Still makes me uncomfortable. Oh? Lorelli sipped tea, yellow eyebrows rising. And how does that discomfort make you feel? Not good. Leo's fingers played with the hem of his simple tunic. There was no point in wearing anything fancy, not when his upper garment were almost certain to be forfeit, even for the warm-up of the physical part of their session. Lorelli said it gave her more control, or more understanding of what she was doing, to be able to observe and touch his skin directly. It has ceased to be embarrassing, though she had other ways to achieve that these days. It's what we do together. Even the stuff that's hard to enjoy, it feels connecting. This doesn't. Almost the opposite. Oh. And knowing you do it for me is not a sop to your guilt? I am not familiar with this word. Just want to make sure. I'd expect something like salve. Um, okay, just all right. Leo shook his head, frustrated in his attempt to find the right words. It's not guilt, exactly. The twins don't need me. They've been clear about that since they returned 8, and Mother has been increasingly impatient with me since I left school myself. But it feels like I'm giving up something. Thing given or done as a concession of no great value to appease someone whose main concern and demand are not being met. All right. Laurie frowned slightly. A connection with your sibling? Maybe partly. Though, if I'd thought it were that, I'd have come to you sooner, with the stop word if necessary. Leo shook his head. Maybe it's just the discomfort of breaking a long habit, of still having access but not being allowed to do the thing. You didn't have the same issue when we were playing with Chastity, or at least you didn't tell me about it. No, I didn't have the problem, and I'm not sure why. Leo chewed on the idea. I think sexual stimuli aren't really something I do on schedule. The idea occurs to me, I act on it or not, and go on with my life. So I think the impulse is stronger, maybe. When you made me go part way and stop, it was frustrating. But it was an intense frustration. It felt like a real sacrifice. And sexuality is often part of the game, so it fits. Gina and Powell aren't part of the game, nor should they be. Lorelei nodded. Go on. We talked about seeing my discomfort as a sacrifice to you, but it didn't feel like one. You don't benefit from my discomfort at all. Not even in being there to see it. That absence, the apparent disinterest, is powerful for some people. It enhances their feeling of submission, not to even know if they're observed or appreciated. The meaninglessness of it, the meaninglessness itself is a sacrifice as well. Leo shook his head. I believe you, but it's not working for me. This feels trivial and uncomfortable and pointless. Lorelei pursed her lips. Do you want to be released from it? To go back to escorting the twins to school? Yes, Leo frowned. No. Go on. I want to be released from this. I think I don't want the twins involved anymore. Even without their knowledge, I don't want my relationship with them involved. Even if it's right for them? Even then. Leo frowned. It didn't make sense. Yet he wanted to work this out. It's not that I insist on walking them to school again. I might not resume even if you release me, because you're right and Mother's right, and they do need that responsibility before they're hit with far more as apprentices. Refraining for their sake, that's meaningful, but refraining for yours feels wrong. I see. Lorelei sipped her tea. Any other insight from this experiment? I was talking with Honore. I was talking with Honore the first day of the experiment. I went to his bakery to free myself from temptation. Lorelei smiled. I remember. You brought me back a pretzel. I sort of accidentally mentioned it to him. The fact I was refraining from obedience to you. I was... okay. The fact that I was refraining from obedience to you. Okay. Here, refraining is referring to escorting his siblings, correct? Okay. And he's doing that because he's obeying her, correct? Yes. Refraining out of obedience to you would feel less confusing because this feels like he's refraining from obeying her, but then the two gets very confusing. So the mix causes confusion. So yes, out of here would work better. Did that make him uncomfortable? Let's Well, exactly. And the time it takes to untangle it breaks me from the story. And yeah, as always, when telling a story, if you can avoid the reader being pulled out of it, it's always because anytime, and this is something writers need to remember, because sometimes we try to be clever, but anytime we force the reader to break with the story, is a chance they put the story down. Once the story is down, there's no telling if they'll ever come back to it. And did that make him uncomfortable? Less than that fear, really. He's a journeyman. Obedience to a superior makes sense to him. The fact that you're not my superior outside of the games, perhaps a little less so. But the question he asked, well, it got me thinking. And it's my thinking since that's made me uncomfortable, or made me realize I'm uncomfortable. Would you like to tell me about that? He asked if you could make me do anything to him or with him. Leo licked his lips. I told him no, of course. If he's not agreed to be part of those games, it wouldn't be fair. I might agree to not do things that would affect my interaction with him. The old wine was not too happy with the chastity period we tried until he realized nothing stopped him from enjoying my touch without restraint. Lorelai's eyebrow rose. Did you use that example with him? Leo laughed. With Honore? Not a chance. Give me credit for some sense, Lorelei. You're growing. You're growing it, at least. Growing some sense. Clunky, but it's dialogue, so... Leo's face heated. I used hugs as an example, because Regil wanted a hug when we parted after Torujuri's vivid voice, and what made Honore take one, and that made Honore take one as well. If I'd agreed to no hugging, neither of them would have gotten one, which honestly might have been as well with him. He consented, but he consented, but stiffened up as soon as I touched him, and not in the way common to human men. Not penile, no, his entire body, the opposite of relaxed. Leo sighed. I've seen him relaxed, though seldom. I'd like to see more of it. He worries too much. All you can do is try not to add to them. I know, but I wish I could do more. Leo shook his head. I hope he likes the recital on for the ends the for the ends this. There will be fewer server bustling about anyway. I'm sure you will both have a lovely time. Sounds like you enjoy one another's company. Orly smiles. But you were talking about what made you uncomfortable, not Honore. Right. Sorry. Leo reordered his thought. It's that aspect of having another person in a relationship, I think. Like, if I'd agreed to no hugging when I met him, it might not have been a problem. Some people don't like hugs. Honore might be one, for all I know. But if I were already in a relationship of hugging him regularly, adding the rule would feel, I don't know, intrusive? Maybe that. Leo considered. Though I'm not sure I'd say your intervening between me and the twins was intrusive exactly. No? Thorley smiled, challenging him. It was, though. Most definitely intrusive. I disrupted one of the ways you interact with them, possibly enough that you can't return to your former relationship. That goes beyond intrusive to disruptive. Maybe. Leo frowned. It didn't feel the same way, though. With Chastity and Deorine, I was already engaging sexually with him when we agreed to the chastity rule, and I didn't. I mean, it didn't hurt me to tell him about it, though I was sorry for his disappointment. Is it possible that you don't want to engage sexually with Leo Wine? Leo shrugged. I don't mind it, and he was fun. So you do it as a sacrifice to him, the same way denying yourself in my presence brings fulfillment? I guess. Leo shifted uncomfortably, though I don't think he sees it that way at all. But with taking your sibs to school or spending time with Honore, you enjoy it in its own right for yourself. Do you think I'm being selfish? Not selfish, or not more so than anyone should be for much of the time. You're not allowing harm to others to serve your own pleasure. She smiled. You're allowed to enjoy things, Leo. It's healthy, even. Oh, he shook his head. I don't know. Maybe the things with the twins was. I mean, Dejana blamed me when she earned herself a beating on Natandius, but she wasn't asking me to walk with her again. Maybe walking them to school has been selfish. Lorelei shrugged. It was meant to benefit them, but it cost you. I think you have no reason for guilt, if that's what you're thinking, but you may have a reason to change your actions. Leo nodded. I think I do, yes. But I think I need you to release me from the requirement anyway. Enough to use a stop word to force it? Leo bit his lip. Yes, equine. I need to revoke your authority to dictate whether I walk the twins to school. A single eyebrow arose. And other authority I hold over you? Not at this time. Leo met her eyes. I trust you, Lorelei, and neither of us expected this test to go poorly, but it did, and it needs to change. All right, give me a moment to deal with that. Well done. Lorelei leaned forward to top up his half full cup, clear, confident, and setting a boundary. I'm proud of you. Leo picked up his cup. Okay. Having cup already up here, I don't think you need it here. Like, because, if he picks it up, it's kind of clear what it is. Hiding a mixture of pleasure and embarrassment behind the lip of the cup. There's... Okay. Personally, I would take it out. Personally, I would just go behind the lip. At this point, to me, it's fairly clear that is that, but this may be stylistic. This may be me. Picked up his drink would work. I don't think you need to go that far, because there's not multiple things that he can pick up. Of the narration, it's the only item. So Leo picked it up, establishes what it is because the cup is mentioned right in the paragraph right before. Picked up is if you feel the need, if you feel that what it is needs to be referred to, then yes, picked up his drink gives us a variety of terminology, so that works perfectly fine. And And the lip of the cup, you know, I would say maybe mention that to your other beta readers, or if they feel it's repetitive or not. Um, because yeah, I tend to be very to cut stuff up myself. So this may be a case of you know, my taste more than what should be. Shall we experiment further with commands that extend outside this of sessions? Do you think you might learn to enjoy them? Thinking out loud, it feels repetitive. It it is one of the benefit. Like I said, it's one of the reasons I do my own read and corrects out loud, because I've realized that just visually reading something, my mind flips stuff around. My mind adds information that's not there. While when I read it out loud in my own stories, I'll still do it. I've caught myself reading out loud something that is not on the page at all. But it's more difficult, so I catch more of my mistakes that way. So yeah, to anyone who's able to do that, I highly encourage it. It is a very good editing tool. Um, Leo thought about it. I don't think so. Unless you believe it necessary, I don't want to work more with the being ignored element anyway. I can tolerate it for fixed periods, if I must, but it's going to be one of those things I overprice to discourage people. It doesn't give me any pleasure, and the discomfort is consistently unpleasant. Alrighty, we will have an advertising, Stream Raider battle, and then I'll be right back to continue this. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 43 allies. We're going up against 41 enemies. Reniku starts us in first place. Sigma's in second. Monobear takes over third. And Monobear jumps to first. Reniku's in second. Sigma's in third. Looks like we may deal with a couple of advanced units. But that's okay. No epic on the map. So knights, a few bishops. Yeah, we're good. Monobear's in first, Sigma's in second, Reniku is in third, and yeah, we're about... Oh, wait, no, we've got some game pieces left. Forgot about that. And yeah, now we're done. We've won! Monobear is in first place, 11 kill, 8 assist. Sigma OS is in second place, 10 assist, and Reniku is in third, 8 assist. We've got gold, we've got flying rogues, we've got no one claiming those at this time. So, Meow Meow gets wings, Tomcat gets gold. And we move on to an insane battle before the gold chest. And monk for me, and let's start us here. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this turns out. The river is constantly unpleasant. Lorelei nodded. I'm happy to leave it for now. We may come back to it next year, experimenting with combinations and the edge of what you'll accept in negotiation. But there are plenty more things to explore before we return to things you don't foresee enjoying. Thank you. A year would be plenty of time to sort this feeling out and decide whether to use the stop word then. One one certainty in working with Lorelli was that he ultimately controlled what happened to him. It was just that most of the time. It was more fun to pretend otherwise. As for today, Lorelei tilted her head, considering, "You're dressed very plainly." "Yes, Lorelei." He ducked his head. Is this real disapproval or play?" "Well asked." She stood and walked around the low table between them, resting one hand on the back of his neck. "You're a good boy. There is no disapproval here, though the exercise I propose will address the plainness. My special embroidery kit is downstairs under the table on the smaller stage. Fetch it up for me, will you?" Leo swallowed hard. He'd seen Lorelei doing embroidery on stage, and it was far from a method of embellishing clothing. She drove needles into people's naked flesh. "Shall I bring wine spirits as well?" "I have enough in the kit, I believe. Though you may take my kettle with you and refill it with water." I've just done it right here. "You may take my kettle with you and refill." I've added the "it." That's not there. And I caught it after I finished. So this might need, unless it's how Lorelei speaks, it might need "it" added there. There was no question that she felt his trembling. They hadn't worked with needles before. They were one of the precision art that nobody but Lorelei was allowed to perform with clients. "Yes, Lorelei." Forced his shoulder not to hunch around his ears. Okay, not familiar with that expression. But he'd seen her embroidery supplies, suture kits intended for surgeon, on the purchase ledger, and she wouldn't be cutting him. This was safer than surgery. Pain, however, might be part of the point. Will this be bad? New things are always a challenge, Leopold. But if I thought they were beyond your ability, I wouldn't have proposed it. Took a deliberate breath, trying to slow his heart as she had taught him. "Yes, Lorelei, I place myself in your hands, and I will keep you safe there." She removed her hand from his neck, allowing him to rise. "I believe you." Leo stood, collected the kettle from beside the brazier, and left the room. "How is it for you?" Lorelei pressed a cup of chamomile tea into Leo's free hand. Leo took a sip obediently, then set it down to adjust the blanket around him. "Intense. And you were going easy on me." "Was I?" She sat on the lectus across from him, eyes never leaving his face. Leo's hand went to the bandage on his thigh and the 16 small holes it concealed. "You only did 2 squares, and there wasn't much blood." "There almost never is with needles." Her voice was soft. It always was after a session. And okay, this is an invitation back to reality, perhaps, rather than wherever his mind went when the pain became something else. Not that he'd managed the trick today. "You did very well, especially for your first time. Many can't go for embroidery at all, let alone the extended time you gave me." "You weren't exactly going fast." "The better to let you appreciate the sensation." "I did that." He had imagined a needle hurting only where it entered and emerged from his skin, but the sharpened bone trailing silk. Oh, jeez. But the sharpened bone trailing silk thread had burned the whole way through. I didn't manage to let go, though. It was focused awareness. I could almost reach sensation, but never the floaty part I get with flogging. Lorelei nodded. You didn't find that with flogging immediately, either. It may come in time. Are you willing to continue exploring? Embroidery? Leo bit his lips. I don't think a sensory focus will take me there. It's a sharper pain than the floggers, or even the ferula. It's something I'll need to sacrifice, I think. To take on my pleasure with your pain? Lorelei nodded. I can help you with that next time. For your first experience, it's always better to see the sensation clearly. It was clear, all right. Leo had started shaking, even wrapped in a blanket, a bit more clear than I'd prefer. Am I supposed to be shaking? It's not uncommon. Drink your tea. Leo sipped obediently. To warm from the inside as well as out? That, and to replenish fluids. Your body will take some time to recover. A few days if left alone. Seeing Carrie would not be a wrong choice here. Kiri's healing ability would deal with such small skin trauma in an instant, with no threat of infection. Leo nodded. Loath as I am to subject myself to yet more pain right now. Lorelei smiled. It needn't be this moment. You're not ready for the stairs yet, let alone something more challenging. Would you like to sit with me? Please? Leo swallowed. Will you put your arms around me and tell me I did well? Of course. Lorelei stretched her arms along the back of the Lectus, inviting Leo to sit beside her. You're getting better at asking for aftercare, too. Should I be, though? She was slightly taller than he was, although Alvin slender, and he looked up into her face. If I mean to do this professionally, you can't expect it from client. They're paying for their own pleasure, not for mine. Quite a few prefer shared pleasure, just as you do. They're people, Leopold, just as we are. Cuddling can help them recenter, especially if they carry guilt for their terrible impulse. Guilt? When they're paying for it? Guilt. The same as drives you to let their wine use you for his pleasure. I don't feel guilty about your wine. It was mostly not a lie. I just wish I could be what he wants, but I'm not, you know. How so? Before the session, Lorelei kept him focused on their goal. Once it was over, however, she always let him talk. That too, Leopold supposed, was part of aftercare. He wants to feel special, to be loved. Sexually? Lorelei's arm around him held steady, no judgment in her voice. Yes, but that's not enough. Sex is an expression of love, but not its whole. It's just the kind he knows to request, at least from me. You must love him, though, to do that with him. I enjoy it as much as any other sport, though it's a bit dull when that's all we do. Leo sighed. But he's not the only one I love, and that hurts him, I think. He wants someone to be his own, something exclusive, and that's not me. It will never be. If I feel guilty, that would be why. Have you told him that? I have. But he says it's better to have part of me than nothing at all. Well, you, my dear, want to give everything to everyone. Lorelei's arm around him was warm and grounding. No wonder you don't enjoy the time you spend together, if you're failing short in your own mind. I do enjoy it. I care about him, Lorelei. That's why it hurts. You've encouraged him to find another? I've tried. He's afraid to ask. Mercurio shoved him at me a few years ago with the promise that I wouldn't say no. Haven't you? Ever? I think the old wine would be crushed if I did. Leo shook his head. I've had to put him off sometimes. I do have a relationship with others. And I've told him there's no danger in asking someone else. Even if they said no, it wouldn't be so bad. But he thinks he couldn't bear it, and I can't teach him otherwise. Is that your job? Or is it like walking the twins to school, that you're so used to doing it you don't know how to stop? Even in his half-muddled state, that seemed wrong. Leo looked up at her. You said you wouldn't meddle between me and others. It's like the twins in that way. I am reproved. Reproved? Reproached? Reproved? Oh, I want to check this word. Reprimanded. Okay. All right. It's another one of those words that I'm not familiar with. I am reproved. Lorelei smiled. Though technically I agree you should not allow me. As if I could deny you anything, Leo sighed. You could, and you know why. And you know it. In fact, you just did. But I will not push the issue. No, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. It's just that, since my job here is to, you know, comment on things I believe is wrong, I need to double check if this is wrong or just one of those words I don't know. And you just did. In fact, you just did. But I will not push the issue. Her elven eyes were inhumanly green. You have been known to seek my counsel, however. Do you not wish it here? Maybe. Leo adjusted his position, sitting straighter, though still resting against the elf. We were talking, Erlift and I, at the Festival of Terra. About their wine or something else? Their wine. Erlift feels he's too clingy on me, and he's not wrong. Leo's lips twisted. It's flattering, sure, but it's not good for him, and I want to be good for him, not hold him back. What did you decide, you and Herlif? Nothing certain. Though their wine's 20th birthday is soon, and I remembered that what you did for me on mine with the trip to the stock whip. Lorelei nodded. It seemed better to me that your first experience be taken away from home, though I'm honored that you trusted me with your training since. It was different, surely. Leo remembered his time with Domina Ophelia clearly, though her face was fuzzy. The experience had been overwhelming in a way his time with Lorelei wasn't. The woman had been all Domina in his mind, standing over him with her demands, while Lorelei was both Domina and confidant, leader within the household and a woman who had seen him take his first step. I learned things I'm not certain I could have learned them from you. I have 1,000 reasons to trust your caring and skill. Domina Ophelia was other. Lorelei nodded. Do you think the wine has such taste? You've never said so before. No, not like that. But the Sanguine Horse and the Stock Whip were not the usual sort of diversion house. What he needs is somebody gentle, somebody who won't mind the focus on sex, and someone he can trust will not refuse him. You want to hire him a whore? We talked about it, but I don't know how to do it exactly. The Sanguine Horse and the Stock Whip won't suit him, and one hears about some of the others, even my mother, well, her house before here wasn't the best, I gathered. Your mother is a beautiful woman, and was skilled in sexual services when she arrived. It was only the niche skill we needed to train when she joined us. So what does it mean to you to be the best? And what is good enough? I wouldn't want to send them somewhere the workers aren't supported. Leo bit his lip. I don't know all the details of my conception. Mother says I don't want to know, and I believe her. But one hears of folks not being allowed to use certain barriers, and even if they were used and failed, how could she have missed it long enough to end the pregnancy? It suggests poor access to medical care. If she had ended the pregnancy, you wouldn't be here. Sure, but that's not the point. Leo sat up fully. I want what's well for the wine, but not at the expense of another. I know there are good places, supportive places, because I live in one. Surely there exists for common interest as well as niche. Such places do exist, though I know more about those who share our niche. Lorelei frowned. If you'd hope to surprise him, though, many will have an issue with that. They keep their people safe by knowing those who hire them. At the same time, they can evaluate the needs of their guests. We certainly do. Yes, I've sat in once or twice to record contract details, mainly for Crusader. I really nodded. Of us all, her interest seems to align closely with yours. You may want to work alongside her once you're of age for your first few sessions. Maybe. Leo hadn't even reached his 21st birthday. Discussing what he might do at 24 seemed premature, especially with the Orwine's need on his mind. Are you saying that the better places won't allow a gifted fee? More that they won't allow surprises. It too often goes ill for the worker, even here. She reached out to pat Leo's knee. It's a good thought, and I don't mean to discourage you, but you remember negotiating with Domina Ophelia? Vaguely. What exactly he'd said, Leo didn't remember. Surely he'd been a great fool. We respect one another, she and I, but she would never have let me advise her in that, even if I believed I knew what exactly you needed. She'd insist on hearing it from you. Can your dear wine communicate his needs? For ordinary sex work? How hard could it be? The difference between partners, you read from response. Mother says people don't talk about details away from our niche. No? Perhaps not. It is truly not my field. Outside of Cyclo, no elf had any interest in sex itself. Lorelli was unusual in seeking intense sensation and experience, regardless of sexual interest. I can ask my contacts, if you like, for recommendations, but it must be Dealwine's choice to engage or not. Certainly, I wouldn't put my friend in a position of having to defend against unwanted advances. Leo sighed, though I do wish my own friends observed the same restraint. Leo smiled. How is Bilha these days? Well, last I heard, which was last week, Mother has been enjoying the serial fiction Our Magister's wife press has put out. So I've an excuse to drop by and see her. Her Magister thinks she's ready to apply for a Magistra's rank herself, but you know Billa. She believes there's more to learn and isn't ready to move on. Leo smiled. I think she's quite brilliant, but I'm proud she's not letting herself be rushed. She comes a long way. Indeed, she has. And it's not entirely unrelated to you. Aurelie moved her hand from Leo's knee to his shoulder. At your best, Leo, you make your friends stronger. That's an accomplishment for anyone. That's kind of you. Excessively kind, Leo thought. But self-deprecation was discouraged. Thank you. It's no more than you've earned. A bracing squeeze and another smile encouraged him. You did well today, and I'm glad you spoke with me. Are you ready to go down to Kiri now? Leo stood and found his leg willing to carry him. I think so, if you recommend it. Unless you wish to enjoy the residual pain, I do. Broken skin is better to heal than not, given the option. Leo ducked his head in acknowledgement. Yes, Lorelli. Thank you for the session. You're more than welcome. She escorted him to the door of her suite and watched him until he disappeared down the stairs. The slight issue I have here is that this is entirely from her. She watched him disappear. Is entirely from her point of view, and we're usually only in Leo's. Something as simple, as and he knew well. She watched him until he disappeared down the stair. Felt her eyes on him until just a reframing to put it back into his head rather than moving to someone else's. If it wasn't apparent, I do have a small thing with needles. Like not the oh my god I can't see it or anything like that, but yeah, they make me uncomfortable. So so the idea of like honestly, like when they first mentioned embroidery, I saw something more like acupuncture, where needling, the actual through the skin and whew, ugh, uh, well, I mean, it's well for me. I don't. Well, I would say this is the thing with intensity, and it applies to sex, to explicit sex, explicit violence, explicit anything has to really, really add to the story to justify its existence in it. Otherwise, it feels gratuitous and can be very off putting. Like, I would say it doesn't fit here because the rest of the story is never about that. It's very much a story about Leo and Honore and their relationship. Everything else just revolves around it. And on that front, this works because the play, the scene between Lorelli and Leo involves discussing him, and Honore is on feeling towards other people, the kind of person he is. Um, Adding that would have felt that it was there just for the sake of adding it. So nothing went wrong. Therefore, supposed to up. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, it definitely felt the, what we see of it feels earned. Like I said, like when he talks about the thread, it's when I realize what she done, and that's when I went, okay. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Is there anything else about this section you want me to address? I figure it might be easier to deal with that when the section is still close to me. Yeah, yes, yes. And the thing is, like, even with that, my mind still built the image in my head. Like, yeah. All right, while you formulate that, I will be right back. It did its job, yeah. Alrighty. So we shall continue to an honore point of view section. Oh, it's Thanksgiving. That's why there's so few captains online today. It's Thanksgiving in the US. Kept wondering, why is there nobody online on Stream Raider? But yeah, that's why. It took a while for that to sink in. You think your part of your intent was to make it clear that Leo's frankness in talking with Honore actually is toned down from Leo talking frankly. Yeah. I mean, I don't really picked up on the sense that he tones things down. I mean, we've been in his head. He's said it a few times. So yeah, this makes for a good demonstration of the difference. Herlifer took hold of Honore's arm and hauled him on into the room. Even before Honore's eyes adjusted, the larger man was striding across the dimly lit space to a table in the corner. Have a seat. We won't be bothered here. Wondering what sort of place he'd been dragged to. Dragged into Honore's set. Part of him wondered if he'd Part of him wondered if he'd entered some sort of criminal lair, but more than half the room's other occupant, more than half the rooms were dressed in this livery of security. More than half the room's other occupant. I think you're going for half the people there are dressed. Use the proper word for things. Circumlocution causes more problem than it solves. I agree with that. Yeah, more than half. Yeah, because half the room's other occupant makes it attack half, or just half the occupants. Like half of the occupants. Half of the occupants of the room were dressed in distinct livery of the circuitory, who were charged with keeping the street of Capital safe, or of the Viarum Presidio. A girl came over, a human with a mop of brown hair. Despite her pre-adolescent figure, the grin which she greeted Airleaf was unintimidated. Evening, Magisters. What can I bring you? Have a seat. We won't be bothered. Okay. It feels like at this point, like I lost track of where Airlift was. So he strides to the table. Have a seat. We won't be bothered there. Might want to check with your beta readers on this. Like, it feels like the fact that Airlift has or has not sitting down, something as simple as Honore also sat, would establish if Airlift sat down without having to really add much. Well, like I said, Honore also sat implies that Airleaf has sat down, and that's just adding one word, because otherwise, like, I'm kind of left like I thought when you mentioned the girl came over, I went, oh my god, he's going to be stuck dealing with her alone, and what will happen? So that when she addressed Airleaf, I went, wait, what? Where he's so again, like, it's just. You know, it's to better establish the scene, establish where the characters are in the scene. Alrighty, we will have an advertising, Stream Raider battle, and I'll be right back. Battle Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 41 allies. We're going up against 33 enemies. And we are off. Sigma's in first place. Tomcat is in second. Captain Stoogie is in second. In third as Mono Bear takes over second place. Sigma maintains the first. Mono Bear's in second. Captain Stoogie is in third. And we're in the process of dealing with the last batch of enemies. And I believe that, yeah, we're done. Sigma OS is in first place with 9 assists. Moonlight Baby is in second place, 5 kills, 3 assists, and Mono Bear is in third, 6 kills. We have Centurions, we got Flying Rogues, we've got Shinobis. We've got nobody claiming those, so Meow Meow gets Shinobis. DJ Gwyn Fox gets Wings. Sigma OS gets Shielded. And we move on to the gold chest, where I am putting down yet another monk. And we're going to protect that. Alrighty, it is past 2 p.m. for me. Time to visit the shop where monks get purchased. I'm above 20k. I get a refresh. I'm above 25. I get another refresh, and that is that. So, half an hour to see how that turns out. A glance on the viewer side says, yep, still not at 50k. No purchase for me. Spiced cider for me, please. Hot. Erler turned to Honore. Would you rather wine or Would you rather wine or cider? Was one more expensive than the other? Honore didn't see prices listed. Perhaps it would be safest to match his host order. Cider, if it pleases you. Erler nodded. You heard the man, Mara. 2 ciders, warm against the cold. The girl gave a formal half-bow, then scampered back towards the bar where a man, an uncle perhaps, or maybe her father, bent to hear the order. It's a family-run place. Mara's been serving since she could carry a mug, though slowly, and usually with one hand on her papa's apron. She's been allowed to work alone on slow night since her last birthday. She's terribly proud of it. And they don't get many strangers here. So, Mikal has no fear she'll get in over her head. This is a family establishment then. Though the lack of stranger might be detriment more than advantage from a business angle. Erlifer shrugged, his grin lopsided. Come of not having a sign, I suppose. That would do it. Honore thought. He scratched his head. Is it legal? More or less. The number of law folks here, how could it be otherwise? But I'm more interested in you. His gaze sharper than it had been before, shrewd, was as a merchant negotiating rate. Leo's fond of you, I know that much, but he hasn't given details, which is typical Leo. I'll grant you. The man doesn't kiss and tell, nor does he not kiss and tell. The only way to know whom he's smooching is to ask them. We are not smooching. Honore's face burned. There had been that hug, but Rogel had gotten the same. Leo was friendly, that was all. People were allowed to be friendly. Would you want to? He might be waiting for you to make the first move. No! Honore's voice was loud enough to attract looks from nearby table. He dropped his tone. I only met the man during Festum Terra. The day you saw me. We were barely friends yet, though I enjoy his company, and that's fine. I don't need a sexual partner, and I don't need Barra to set it up. Barra? Erlich sat back, his eyebrow raised. Have I missed something? The drink hadn't arrived yet. Honore couldn't blame the slip on alcohol. Barra is a colleague of mine. We're journeymans together. Erlich nodded. At the bakery? Yes. Pistrinum Peritorum in Northgate, but she decided I needed to, engage with someone sexually. Honore took a breath, which is why she introduced me to Leo. And you're not interested? I barely know the man. Honore shook his head. He's friendly, he's nice, and I like spending time with him, but I don't want to... Elif nodded. He's not your type as a sexual partner. I mean, I don't have a type. I don't want a type. Honor looked around the room. Nobody was paying attention to him, but they were still in the public place. Look, Leo says we can be friends without that, and I want to be friend, even if Barra's pushy. I don't want to have to give up a friend when he's not even the one pressuring me. But Barra is? Erlich frowned. She insists on helping, but she won't let it go. And we share a dormitory. She's even told the apprentices we're dating, Leo and I. This is Billa all over again. The words were quiet, but as if they weren't intended for Nori's ear. Erlich shook his head. Does Leo know that I don't want to have sex? I don't know if he ever said it outright. I think so. He's said I needn't. Erlich swayed her hand. It's Leo. He always says that, even when you're the one trying to seduce him. I'm not. Hadn't he made that plain? No, I don't mean you. Erlich grinned. I was, though, at one of the apprentices' party, after having too much to drink. You know how that can affect things, don't you? Liquid courage? At Erlich's look. Okay. Here, I might flip these, simply because reflexively we assign what's said to the first person that is identified after that. Here, you do get away a little bit because it's, Erlich has already spoken and we are trained to expect a shift of speaker when we change paragraph. But something like Honore shook his head at Erlich's look of amusement, might avoid confusion. Might be something to check with your other beta readers. I'm not sure what else you'd mean. I attended one. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll grant you that. Again, like, maybe, check with your other beta readers if there's any level of confusion here. If there's not, then you're definitely fine. If there is, might want to find a way of restructuring things. Like, something like, I'm just, Something like, ultimately, something like this would create the same division to avoid confusion, but don't do that unless the others say that, yeah, it's confusing, because otherwise this is clearly fine. I attended one of those parties once, but I wasn't very social. Ah, well. Airlift glanced down at his lap. Certain things that are usually eagerly amorous fail to rise to the occasion, and Leo took that as reluctance or hesitance. I don't know. But he made very clear we could stop when I wanted. Oh, why was the near stranger telling him this? Whether he really didn't want to know or think about it. He means it. He meant it too, though his own buddy showed more than willing. Though his own body showed more than willing. It feels like something to the effect of, though his body showed him more than willing, would be clearer in what happened. Airlift shrugged awkwardly. Some folks, they'll just say the words, but when you try to back out, it's all tears and sadness, and don't you think I'm pretty? With Leo, well, I had to take things in my own hands, if you know what I mean. I don't. Honor's face was crimson, and I'd rather not, if it's all right. Airleaf peered into his face. Am I embarrassing you? I'm not. Why would I? He was embarrassed, though, or ashamed. Honore would rather discuss just about anything else. Can we change the topic? Certainly. Erla for me smiled. So, you want to be friend with Leo and attend that recital as friends? Why won't... Ah. Okay. All right. Well, okay. Okay. But would Earleaf know that? Like, at that point, like, But, okay, it is dialogue. It is dialogue. Let me undo this so I can see what it was like. Holy cow. Really? That far back? Though his own body showed more than willing. Okay, in that case, instead of showed more than willing, I think I would go with showed willingness. To what causes me confusion in the structure is the showed more than willing. Showed, okay, yeah, showed it was more than willing. Because that's kind of the thing. More than is a was more than something kind of situation. It's probably the fact that the was is missing. That is... you know, there are situations where it can be omitted and the meaning stays, which is why I had restructured it with, you know, showed him more than willing, because this is, you know, it implies shows he was more than willing. But yeah, if you add the it was, then that clarifies. Ta, 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 ta. Certainly, Erliff smiled. So, you want to be friends with Leo and attend that recital as friends? Why won't anyone believe that? Erliff shrugged. You're both young, male humans. We're assumed to have high libido and little self-control. That's a bit insulting. For some of us, it's true. Erliff grinned, and a lot of fun, too. But only if both people want it, which it sounds like you don't. I keep saying that. I believe you. Erliff held up a hand, holding off any more words until the child had dropped off 2 steaming mugs. He let Honore select his first. I apologize for making the joke. I didn't realize you already felt pressure. I'd not have expected it, knowing you're with Leo. Never with Leo, Honore sighed. I feel good with him. It's just when I get home, that's everything's... That is just when I get home that everything's... Erliff nodded. I've not been an apprentice. Exactly. But don't you have a magister for bullying like that? Magistra Martha. But I don't want to bother her. It's not really bullying. Barrow's never touched me. And part of a journeyman's job is to protect the apprentices, to prevent bullying. What would Magistra Martha say if he couldn't even take care of himself? This is trivial, really. Just words. I can ignore them. Barrow will get bored and move on, eventually. I hope you're right. Erliff raised his steaming mug in a brief salute, then took a swallow. Go ahead and have some. It's not poisoned. Did you think it might be? Honore's mouth hung open. What sort of place was this? Erliff waved a hand. No. I mean, I haven't added poison to yours. You've seen for yourself. I hadn't the chance. Honore sipped the cider suspiciously. It was a mix of pears and apples, he thought, with little alcohol, but warm spices and a generous hint of honey. No bitterness lingered on his tongue, but what did poison taste like, anyway? It's good. That's why I ordered it. Erliff drained his cup and set it down. I hope you enjoy the recital. Leo's a trustworthy man and good company. Honor frowned into his mug. Is that why you wanted to talk to me? To vouch for him to a stranger? That and to gather information. Erliff shrugged. He's a friend, though. I'd rather not see his heart broken. I promise I have no design on his heart. Are you sure that won't be what breaks it? Erliff grinned at Honore's expression and shook his head. No, not Leo. Not if you say no. He'll hear it and respect it. Possibly further than you want. But you can change that answer, too, with a clear enough yes. I don't. But really, Honore didn't know what he wanted. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. Erliff put a hand over his heart and offered a strange half-bow. Still seated in the table. At your service. The cider was too hot for Honore to more than sip. He considered his drinking companion. What about you? Have you known Leo long? A few years? 5? Maybe 6? Though it can't be more. I saw him at a couple of those apprentices' party before we were friends. We never worked together or anything, but he was willing to dance with anyone who asked. I'm not sure he knows how to say no. Do you know about him in Lorelli? A few things. Which do you mean? Honore considered. How much of what he'd been told was in confidence? It's business, I gather, sanguine horse stuff. Every time I ask the wrong question, well, I get an answer. Erliff laughed. Yes, that's Leo. I learned more about how sanguine horse works by asking stray questions than I never ever thought I should know. Which is not always how you'd think. Yes, I got a bit of that the other day, though I'm not sure how much I should say. It will keep happening if you continue with Leo. I'm not sure he knows where the line is for most of us, though he's very good at recognizing when he stepped over it. Erliff smiled and shook his head. Of course, Leo's solution to that is usually more information. He figures it won't be as scary if he can make people understand before they see. Does it work? More often than you'd think. A grin flashed across Elif's face. If you're feeling bold someday, ask Leo to take you to the Sanguine Horse. It will surely be educational. That sounds more like a threat than encouragement. It might be. Another grin flashed. I wouldn't want to have stumbled in blind without Leo to explain things. There's a lot more safety involved in hurting folks than I'd ever believed, and much of it is invisible unless you know where to look. Leo does. I don't think I'm brave enough for that excursion. Honore finished his cider. But thank you for the drink. Erlif took the hint and stood. Shall I walk you home? Do you think that's necessary? Surely it won't have gotten dark this early. Earlier than you think this time of year. And there How long has Honore lived in this city? Mostly in North Carolina. Okay. I figure the way winter hits is kind of the same place wherever they are in the city. The main reason I'm saying that is that this, surely it won't have gotten dark this early. Feels like it comes from someone who's not used to winter, the winter evenings. 6 years, it feels like, he would understand how early the sun sets at that point. So something here like surely it's not this late would feel better as a how long were we saying? Well, surely it's not that late. Would I think convey the timekeeping issue, and then Erlif can go. It might be later than you think. Implying that during all of this, Honore kind of lost track of time. Yeah, it's mostly the language that that conveys something that I don't think should be present anymore in Honore, having lived there for 6 years. Like if it had been his first year, the language would have worked. 6 years feels a long time for him not to have gotten used to it. Especially since we're kind of later in the winter. Like this is not just the start of the winter. Unless I really lost track of when. No, because they went down the slide. So yeah, we're fairly deep in winter at this point. Earlier than you think this time of year, and there were a few turns you might forget on the way here. Yeah, that's kind of deep in winter, middle of it. Erlif grins, which may not have been by chance. Is this place secret then, or forbidden? Not secret, just not well known. If you drop by alone, they might let you in or not, which won't be an issue if I can't remember the route. Which won't be an issue if, okay, I think here there's a U missing. If you can't remember the route. Erlif placed a coin on the table. It's nothing dodgy, I promise you. Just a haven for people to relax among their own kind, where they won't be called on to handle a pickpocket or other petty crimes. They deal with it all day. They need a place to relax as much as anyone. That made a lot of sense. Though it raised the question of how Erlif knew the place. Are you secretary then? Or Vierum Presidio? Not precisely. Though my parents are both. Both are. I took training at Schola Tirunum, but my own path is a little less well defined. Elif grins was both disarming and uninformative. Come, though. If you don't wish me to escort you home, which I can understand, if your Bara might comment on me as well as Leo, I can take you back to Olivitum, and finding your own path from there will fix the location in your mind. Yes, that makes sense. If the man didn't want to share details, it wasn't Honore's place to pry. Tried to remember if there was anything else he'd meant to do while he was out, but his main aim had been to get away from Bara. Wasn't it also to locate the restaurant? Just making sure that that's not been forgotten in the narrative. I sort of remembered that's. Oh, okay, that's the place. Okay, I thought it was the neighborhood, rather than the. Okay. It was a pleasure meeting you. Do you think so? Another virulent smile. Its ease, very much like Leo's, and he guided Honore back onto the street. Best not fib about such thing, lest I hail you as a friend in the street. The way you did tonight? Honore supposed that had been as a friend of a friend, but it worked out about the same. He attempted a smiling return. I think I'll survive. But next time I might make you buy the drinks. Airlift wasn't retracing the same route by which they'd approach. Perhaps he was trying to lose Honore. It didn't matter. Honore had no interest in invading the space that would rather exclude him. He laughed. The horror, having to pay for my own fair share. Just know that you can't pay for Leo. Airlift considered his words. Know that he won't try to buy you either. There are people who do that. They feign generosity, then use guilt and your own gratitude to push something you might not want. Much the way buying you a drink obliged you to speak with me, even when the content was personal. Some folks do the same with less benign intent, but Leo's not like that. He seduces openness. He seduces openness by offering it. Okay. That is an interesting turn of phrase. Yeah. No, I get what is meant. It works. It's just a very interesting turn of phrase. He seduces openness. I don't think I've got any characters who could use that kind of phrasing, but I like it. Really? Interesting. He seduces openness by offering it, I suppose. We can't change how we react, wanting to return kindness for kindness, but I'm not sure he realizes the power he has. He says he always has power, even when he chooses to give it away. That what he does with Lorelli isn't like my relationship with Magistra Martha, because she has authority over me, while Lorelli has power because he grants it. The look on Airlift's face was odd. That's true, too. As far as I understand it, which I'll grant isn't very far. The sanguine horse is strange in more ways than one, and so is Leo. Honore frowned. I thought Leo was your friend. It's hardly friendly to call a man strange, is it not? I value Leo's unique traits, his differences. I could hardly do that if I pretended they didn't exist. Erlif shrugged. Whatever. Whether we're friends, I suppose, is for me and Leo to define, if you'll grant me that courtesy. I'll do the same to you for how you define your relationship with him. We don't have a relationship. We're just friends. Friendship is a potent relationship. Basis of all the best of the other sorts, I'd say. Erlif nodded. You'll see him for dinner on Fodendius, you said, and the recital after that. However you define your friendship, I wish you joy. Honore thought he recognized the street they were on, one of the ones near Olivetum. He could break away and find his own way home, or he could trust Erlif's goodwill, if not his tact. Erlif? That dinner, he swallowed. You believe it's not a date, right? Erlif paused and looked at him. Would you want it to be a date? No, and Leo says it doesn't have to be. Suggesting it could be, if you choose. That sounds like Leo. Erlif shook his head. Some people might see it as a date, no matter what you say. But does it really matter what they call it, if Leo and you agree? It does in this case, if it's true. Oh? Honor felt his face heating. Erlif was nearly a stranger. Why ask him? But he'd been kind so far, and Honore needed to talk to someone. Bara says it's the 4th date. She counts the festival outing with everyone, and the trip to Globus when supervising Rogil with Torojuri. She says the 4th date means you have to do things sexually. And what does she say will happen if you don't? I don't know. She hasn't said exactly, just that it's a rule, traditional, and not to lead men on or the consequences. Honore shook his head. She didn't say, but it wouldn't be good. I think we left Mikhail too soon. This is a heavy topic for the street. Erlif frowned and bit his lip. There are men, and women too, who will use force. I can't deny that. And it wouldn't serve you if I did. But we call those people rapists, and what they do is a crime of assault. But if it's proper, if he's expecting... Honore couldn't finish the sentence. Erlif's words painted an ugly picture. He didn't want to see Leo in that frame. At an Epulanarium, many folk leave Bibalia, money for their servers to buy themselves a drink. It's proper to do so. Sometimes it's expected. At Globus, you mean? I didn't... Leo will have covered it. That's not the point. Erlif took a breath. The point is that, even if they expect Bibalia, a server who pursued you and took your money by force would be guilty of robbery. Alrighty, we will have an advertising, the Stream Raider battle, and then we'll be right back. Not this one. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 33 allies. We're going up against 89 enemies. Ooh, this could be interesting. Let's see. Sigma's in first place. Zipibu takes over first place. Meow Meow is in second. Sigma's in third. And oh boy, could we be in trouble here? Zapibo is in first. Captain Stogie is now in second. Meow Meow is in third. All right, things look a little better. All right, I think we've got this. I think we're okay. All right, okay, 13 bishops. Yeah, I think we're good. Zapibo is in first place. Moonlight Baby is in second. Saffron is in third, and with that, we are done. We've won. Zippy is in first place, 19 kill, 38 assist. Moonlight Baby is in second place, 2 kill, 11 assist. Saffron Moonpire is in third, 1 kill, 12 assist. We've got gold, we've got Lego heads, we've got nobody claiming those. So, Monkey Snacks gets gold. Captain Stoogie gets Legos. And we move on for the last battle of the day to the boss. Good place to end if we win. No, it's going to end regardless of if we win or not. Alrighty, another monk for me. With soul, of course. And, yeah, let's start us here. Let's make this a frontal assault on the king. Or, sorry, the queen. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And I forgot to mark it as the last battle. Really? You don't fit? Could have sworn. Alright, well, its real job is to remind me to do that, so I've done it. Could have sworn I had put them there. Oh, I think this one's larger. Alrighty, well, half an hour to see how this turns out. Oh, I've already done that, so. I suppose, but if they needed to live, and I tried to reason his way through, Leo had said, yeah, had said, hadn't he, that at some Ipulanaria, Bibalia was the only pay the servers got. It's still a robbery, still a crime. Erlev shook his head. I'm not saying you shouldn't leave Bibalia or else not visit establishment that need it, but for everybody to take by force what ought to be given freely, it's a crime. It's wrong, and nobody needs sex to live. How had they switched from Bibalia to sex? Honore retraced the conversation and made the connection. But I like Leo. I don't want to disappoint him or do something wrong. Do you want to know what really upsets Leo? I've seen it. Not 5 months ago. Honore wasn't sure he did. He bit his lips. All right. At one of those apprentices' party, he was playing Subigito. You know the game? I don't think so. There are some games at the bakery, a few with cards, a couple of with boards. The apprentices play them, and Magister Martha says they're sharp in the mind, but we don't have that one. Airlifts laughed. I should think not, at least where your Magistra will find out. With Subigito, all the players put their names in a bag. One draws out a name and goes aside with the person they drew. In the Northgate barn, they use a storage room. They have 8 minutes to do, well, whatever they want. Whatever they want in a storage room? An unlit storage room. Erlev took a breath. It's usually sexual, fondling, at least, often more. Oh, That certainly wasn't a game for the bakery. It's fun time with the right partner. Gives you a shot with, hey, Patricius, welcome to the stream. It is 3 p.m., well, 2:50 p.m. here, so afternoon. Welcome to the stream. I hope you are doing well. Gives you a shot with someone you might not have approached on your own. But the woman who drew Leo's name, she didn't want to be there. Merc, the host, I should say. No point naming names if you don't run in those circles. But he pressured her in front of a group and she drew Leo's name. Not entirely fairly either. Erlif shook his head. I got back in time to see them coming out of the storage room, and I have never seen Leo so angry in my life. Because she didn't, Honore was starting to have those second thought about Fudendias. No! Erlif looked honestly shocked. He was furious with Mercurio and everyone who wrote his name instead of their own, and the entire crowd standing around when he and Bilha emerged. He nearly bit my head off. And Bilha? Less angry than Leo, more scared, I think. But she calmed down a lot before we reached the city walls. Leo still won't attend any party Mercurio hosts, nor speak to him. Erlif shook his head. Look, Leo won't expect anything you don't explicitly offer. Even if it were a date, even if you both agreed it was a date, he wouldn't be the one counting. What about Bilha? Erlif blinked. What about her? She's pretty enough, but I can't see her pressuring. Pressuring you either. No, I mean, Honor shook his head. You said Leo doesn't speak with Mercurio anymore. What about Bilha? Are they still friends? I think so. They go around sometime. I've seen them together, mostly in Universitatis, come to think of it. I can't say more than that, though Leo doesn't kiss and tell. Or not kiss and tell, I remember. Honore took a breath, trying to settle his nerves. So, you think he'll be all right? With Leo? Yes, absolutely. Especially if you tell him what you've told me. Erlif started walking again. With Bara? Can't stop her from counting, I suppose. If you won't talk to your magistra, I'm not sure what else you can do. But here's Olivitum. Just a little detail that I think I noticed. Sometime Olivitum seems to have an accent somewhere on it. There we go. Here, the E has something on it, and here it doesn't. I'm not sure if it's just because it slipped your mind, and I've seen it a couple of places of that. Okay, just that might be a place to use find and replace, just to make sure that they're consistent. Yeah. Honore looked up at the carved and painted facade. He could hear market noises to the south, and he nodded. And this is a very little detail, but it might be nice to establish actually what time of the day it is once they exit, like where the sun actually is. Because throughout all of that, there's no reference to if was Honore right that it's not that late, or was Erlif right that you kind of lost track of time somewhere. Just to keep that going. The facade market noises to the south, and he nodded. Thank you, Earleaf. I'm sure I can find my way from here. You're doing okay, Patrachis? Hope I'm doing well. I'm doing quite well. Thank you very much. Had a good writing session this morning, and this afternoon I'm reading and commenting on Ank's writing, Ank's story, Honoré and Leo. Thank you for the cider as well, and the talk. My pleasure, Airlift grinned. But next time you're buying. Honoré laughed. I will keep that in mind. With a jaunty wave, Airlift turned and walked toward the sunset. Honoré watched him go until a couple emerged from the Epulanarium's door, releasing a wave of aroma onto the street. His stomach grumbled at the reminder of food, but Honoré stepped aside to let them pass. By the time he looked up again, Airleafs had disappeared from sight. They were Papine in the street, and Honoré still had a few coins from Festum Terra, but there would be food for him at the bakery. So was Bara, but he could handle her. Honoré turned east to head home. It is nearly 3 p.m. for me, so I've got, at best half an hour, more realistic. Well, I don't know that I can get through the rest, this whole chapter here. You've got, 3,000 words. Even if this is a good read, like, without that work, I don't expect I can get through that in the time I've got left. So are you okay with moving that to the next session, or okay, cool. I like the interaction. I like the one-sided playfulness. Like it's because I was concerned with the way you ended the previous section of Honoré. I was really, really concerned that we were about to find out that Airleaf was not the nice guy Leo thought he was. I am very pleased that I was wrong. Like, I'm very pleased that that he's a nice guy. I like the fact that they were friendly jab at Honoré without being hurtful. Like he was able to make small jabs, and there's a well, no, and that's fine, but I'm a writer who who does that, who turns things bad, who have people be utterly dishonest and stuff like that. So I do tend to see that. I've also read it too much. So like I was really, I was really afraid that he would be the male counterpart to Bara. So again, like I said, I'm really glad that this is not what happened, and I like. Yes. I do a lot of I do a lot of ambushing. So yeah, I like the interaction. I like the juxtaposition of Airleaf, comfortable into who he is and in the situation, and Honoré, again, kind of out of his depth and trying to hold on, trying to not drown. Well, the water is not that deep in this one, but still, having him trying to keep his head above water through all that, like, it's nice because it's the first time we really have that with someone who's not Leo, and it shows that Honoré's nerves are not about Leo. They're just about life in general. Every places before that where we've had interaction where Honore is, borderline freaking out. Either it had a reason to be, Bara, or he was with Leo, and Leo is intense, so he's justifying that. So this is nice to show that Honore is still like that with someone who you kind of look at it and you go, you can't relax. The guy is not, he's, yeah. But yeah, like it is literally simply how Leo is. And this is kind of the first place where that gets on the page. Like, I sort of remember it being implied from Honore's thought process and stuff like that. But here we see it, Airleaf is kind of ordinary. Well, yeah, but that's not where his nerves started. Like, he was nervous well before that. Like, like you said, it's how he is. And I also like that we see him do a bit of the work to get over it. Like he's able to force himself to make a small joke, when Early threatens with calling him a friend, he's able to go, yeah, I think I'll survive. Like, from the outside, with people who haven't been in Honore's head, it's very, very minor, but we know that, that's not an easy thing for him to do. So yeah, I quite like this section. I'm quite pleased with that. Like, I know the story is about Honore and Leo, but I am glad that, and I think the reason I'm glad is that the way I remember things is we see more of Leo with other people than Honore. Honore is always interacting with the same very small group of people: Bara, Mistress Martha, the apprentices, and Leo. While Leo, and this is part of, because Honore's circle of people he knows is very small, Leo's is very wide. So it's not an imbalance that you need to fix. It's the imbalance is part of how they live. But it is nice to see to see Honore with someone outside of all that. Someone who's not Leo, but he's also not in his small circle of people he knows. So we get to see him be, we see something that comes across as a little more honest as a behavior, because it's outside of the norm, but it's still him. Like, we see that, again, like, it shows us that it's not Leo, it's not entirely Bara, it's just Honore is that kind of person. He's slightly insecure, he thinks less of himself than he probably should, and this reinforces it without hammering it. Without having somebody going, you need to think better of yourself. You are not that bad. We see that. We see him making work. Freeform social, yeah. And, I like it for that. I also like that Airleaf has a sense of humor. Like, I like, again, like, I like him. I'm really glad that I was wrong. And I'm glad I was wrong, because I liked him in the previous section, So yeah, I'm kind of curious as to what his work is. Like, if he's not involved directly with the law, like I am like I am curious. Like, me being me, I kind of feel like he's skirting the law, like he's in a job that might be questionable, but this is me. Like this, the kind of characters I write. So but yeah, I mean, what is his job? Like I say all of that, but you're right there, so I can ask you directly, what is his job? What does he do for a living? Or is he not yet of age to have a job? Um, like I know Leo, because of what he does, can't start officially working until he's 24. And it sounds like Airlift is about the same age as Leo, so that puts him in his 20, is at 20 or 21. With Honore being about the same age, I guess, he'd be the equivalent of journeyman in whatever job he could be, the equivalent of journeyman in whatever job he has. Uh, but yeah, I'm kind of curious, what does he do for a living? He hasn't entirely told you. Ah, okay. Like Farman making connection that nobody inline farmers could make. Okay, yeah, that's perfectly. I understand that entirely. Um, if the job exists, I could easily see him the equivalent for this world of a private investigator. Like I don't know if it's something that would exist in that world, but I could see him be the equivalent. He's got that personality that can he's got a level of smartness and smarminess. I will be right back. You kind of need those people to make things work, even though you can't exactly fit them into the structure of law enforcement. Here's things. He talks to people. He buys them drink, and usually doesn't poison them. Has he actually told you of a time when he poisoned someone? Or is that you hoping he hasn't? Not so much poison as a sedative. Ah. Just makes apprehension much safer when they leave the bar. Oh yeah. I kind of get the feel. I get the feeling that if you tell a story, if you write a story, it's gonna be a more active than either stories that you've this one and Trokim's story. I get the feeling that he might have a more active life than what you should. Like I don't know. Like, I don't know what your other stories are like. Um, but Trokim and Honore and Leo are uh, definitely fall to me in the slice of life category, where the stakes are on the low side. The stakes aren't, oh, the city's going to fall if we don't solve the problem. The stakes are very personal. The stakes are, what does my future hold for me kind of thing. Can go play James Bond. Well, um, governments need their spy. Feels like you're gone. Okay. Alright, so you... Well... Yeah, it's the last one. I'm not gonna bother. Oh, a male discussing male stuff that can't possibly understand. Trip the major. Incompetent cross-gender writers. What? The males just go... No. No. No, the conversation um feel, and the thing here's where, because it's all in dialogue, it's fine. Because if I think about it, the one place where I could go, okay, I could argue this a little bit, is the alcohol and erection comment. Because someone has to be kind of pretty drunk for that. But, one, Airlift doesn't establish how or how little drunk he was. Just that he had alcohol, and he might be one of those guys for whom he react, because you didn't go, guys do that. He went, well, yeah, that kind of happened to me. So, that's the big difference. Establishing that a character is a certain way, unless it is utterly outside the realm of possibility, well, you know what? People are individuals. It may be unlikely, but he's the one talking about what happened to him. So, yeah, clearly it happened to him. Oh yeah, and I got it. And like I said, if I think about it, if I look for a place to nitpick, it would be the one. But yeah, you do not make the mistake that tends to lead to people going to, women have no business writing men and vice versa. You did not in narration express how men are. You just talked about this one. Doesn't drink entertainment level, nor does he engage in sexual recreation. Right over his head. Yeah. But yeah, you know, it's when the narrator sets down things that a writer can get in trouble. And it's literally the reason why I never establish anything in narration. Like all my world building is done in dialogue or in a character thinking about something, never in the narrator establishing how things are. Because that gives me the freedom to lie, to be wrong, to change my mind down the line if I realize that this can't work that way. So, but yeah, like, you know, you handle it. Well, yeah, but again, it's Hertliff saying that. Like, to me, even if Hertliff had said men are rapists, even if the thing is, I would not have read, you know, the author saying that. Now, I would have expected then Honore to kind of react to that, but there's the thing, you know, dialogue, so long as the dialogue is properly reacted to. Now, if Honore had agreed, then I would have gone, okay. But no, the thing is, and yeah, in this particular case, he says some men do that, which is true. Barra implied it, but that tells us exactly. That tells us about her, not your opinion of it. Alrighty, we will have an advertising Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Not that I'm raiding out right now, Anx, but do you have someone you want me to raid into? Since you cannot go to Game of Tome, which is where I would go today, if there's no one else. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 33 allies. We're going up against 62 enemies. Alrighty, let's see how this goes. Feels like there should be music during the battle. Don't know what's going on here. Or maybe I turned it off. Alrighty, the queen is dead. Sigma's in first place. Moonlight Baby is in second. Celestial Mousy. Got a lot of animals in my battles. I wonder why. Is now in second place. Moonlight is in third. And maybe we should take care of the towers, people. Those could actually cause us to lose the battle. If we aren't... because they've got lots of range. Alright, so that's there. Oh, there's only one left. Okay, for some reason I thought there was two on that side. Okay, we should be fine. I got no idea who he's I'm guessing he's getting the ball, the marble here. Alright, I think we've got this. I think we're good. And there we go. We're done. We've won. Sigma OS is in first place, 42 assists. Moonlight Baby is in second place, 23 assists. Celestial Mousy is in third, 1 kill, 19 assists. We've got Lego heads, we've got Centurions, we've got monks. We've got nobody claiming those. So, meow meow. gets monked. Salazar gets shielded. Celestial Mousy, you get Legos. And with that, the battling is done for the day. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, placement will start for a hard battle. We will have token and then the boss. So, I hope to see you then. Starborn Striker, alrighty, that has been set up. Turned out to be a very fragile building, yeah. Yeah, yeah, they're not that tough. It's just that they've got infinite range. So I was a little concerned that they might, get through our army in the time we have to travel back. But we had a solid tank. So, alrighty. Well, I will bring the stream to an end now with this done. With a raid to Starborn Striker as guided. That is Starborn, yeah. As guided by Angst. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. Thank you, Angst, for the privilege of reading and commenting on your story. Whoa, what the hell happened here?